Alright, well, let's roll. English. Once again, no Danish. Triangle is select. That's interesting. This icon will appear when the game is auto-saving. I didn't even get to read it. Press any button. Sure. Gotta sell or sold again. I can turn off the blood. Turn off the motion blur. I can turn off the back seating. Subtitles enabled by default. Now that's what we like to see. The menu here is pretty quiet. Let's see what it is. What it's like when we get in game. Prioritize frame optimization. Yes. Well, I guess I should also say I really don't have that much experience with these games. These types of Souls-like games. I haven't really played many of them before. Because I haven't played a single one of the Dark Souls games. Only played like 2 hours of Bloodborne back in the day and then never returned. Because I found out I was using the heavy attack the whole time. I didn't know there was a light attack. The closest thing of experience that I have to this is knack. Knack is the only thing that comes close to this. At least that I can think of right now from the top of my head. Oh, I guess Ninja Gaiden, but yeah, we try to forget about that game. We try to forget about Ninja Gaiden. Either way, let's go. Knack. Where? I heard knack. Who's talking about knack? Yeah, I was just saying knack. But that's a nice loading screen. It's his nose getting longer and longer. That's fucking amazing.
Can you hear me? Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Jesus, that sound effect during that cinematic. Sus, he's lying. I like how it says now lying too. Instead of now loading, it's now lying. I believe so, Def.
Ah, there
I
you
believe
are.
so.
I've been looking all over for you.
It's me. I'm Pinocchio.
I see they got Jiminy too. But we have to hurry. My name is Sophia. Please come to Hotel Krot, and I'll explain what's happening. Jiminy, please escort him to the hotel.
I'd be afraid if you get lost in the fog. Fog? DBD? Impong? I guess you could kind of say that. I'm not sure. I don't really know what classified as steampunk.
Let's get you out of there. Find something that might help. But the streets are not safe. Arm yourself with one of the weapons over there. It'll be helpful on your way to the hotel.
The combat stance. Half of the cricket balance, half of the bastard dexterity, half of the sweeper strength. I suppose we'll just do balance to begin with. Switch character to display. What does that do? Oh, it displays the stats. Okay. Well, I don't know what that. I got no clue what any of this means. We'll just do balance.
Destination Hotel Quad. Recommend escaping from this location.
The Victoria is a nice era. It is a nice era. Oh wait, there's control.
You're lying, Morgan.
There's controls in the top right. They're so tiny. Extra back. Switch weapon. He keeps pulling out the same sword. What am I lying about now? What happened? What am I talking about now? How do I run, game? Oh, P. Yes, he's definitely lying. Wait, hold up. I'm trying to read the text. Are you serious? I hit the bench and it interrupted my attack. There's something about holding R2, I think. That's what I said. You tell me to run? How do I run?
Welcome to Crop Station, everyone.
R2.
Here you will witness the most spectacular display of human endeavor on Earth. If Crop is your final destination, we wish you a safe and prosperous day.
Pulse cell. Use a pulse to recover health. There's a maximum number of times pulse can be used. Reach a maximum, the cell would be discharged. I think attack enemies while the cell is discharged. Pulse really charge. Yeah. Music is shown to Earth means the future of the world. 18XX. Up on the D-pad. Lock on. Ergo fragment. Another wheel. Another wheel. Use a belt. Check the upper belt slot. Actually, the lower belt slot. Use select belt item. Hold down X to activate the extra bag. It's me. As with sword. You can especially if I resolve the P, all the P organs entity at once that the ice point used. Maybe the possibility of sudden awakening for sounds like it's some type of second chance item. Yeah, past reference durability. Oh wait, like Monster Hunter. Gotta keep my weapon sharpened. Well, I guess Monster Hunter. That's another game I played. Close to this type of game. Oh wait, that's fucking sick. He just uses his elbow to sharpen the weapon. So that right there is the durability of the weapon. Okay. Still haven't taught me how to run.
Switch me on and gently will light the way.
Switch to the light. Oh. Hey man. Mine. Jeez. Fancy looking bathroom. Well, at least these urinals look really fancy. Kakula that is common sight and credit can be thrown to join enemies attack. Attention. Or that can be used to like them. Or mine. Wow, sure. Do you wonder what that does? That's I tag this somewhere. Use destroy. Can I shortcut that anywhere? Guess not. No. Maybe not yet. The game hasn't taught us how. Oh, I figured out how to run. Pog. Hold circle. What is L1 triangle? Oh. Ah! Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh well. I charged up my sword. No. Hey man. Hey, do the... Oh no, you noticed me. No stealth attack on you. Passenger's note. Then it finds as note, get out of the station and run. Definitely make sure to keep clear of the waiting room. A huge puppet smashing people to death in there. I like the job, but I don't know if it'll work. At least I should stop people from randomly coming in. I'm going to die soon, so I want to help you even if it's not much. Please survive. Anyone. My cricket still on? I mean, can't tell. We're in a bright ass room. While dashing. That is an awkward way to jump. But okay. Hold circle and press R3. There goes life. Whoa! Where did you come from? I'm looking at propaganda. Final station. Oh, I guess that's the currency. Lock device. The doors and ladders lock through cred that are locked by devices. You like these doors that go down the ladders to create shortcuts. Oh, just like in Hitman. Excuse me. Fable crystal. Is that a boss? What? Whatever. He's really going to town on that guy. Is that photo mode? Do I have photo mode in the demo? Probably not. I don't know why it would be photo mode. He doesn't know. Shh. Wonka sh. Oh. Who said something? Who gave away a position? What the? Oh my god. I can't use a weapon to charge a pulse. We're gonna die. Oh, wrong button. Where's the music? Hello? It threw me off so much that he didn't roll. He's just sidestepping. I was expecting rolls and I was completely threw me off. Bonk. Lie or die. I'd like to lie. Thank you very much. Man, that's such a cool loading screen. His nose getting longer. Like, lie fast, Pinocchio. So we can load faster. Him not rolling and there being no music threw me off completely. Give me back my money. I'm gonna fuck you up now, buddy. You pissed off Pinocchio. Enemy's about to be groggy. Hold R2 for charge attack. Groggy. Oh, wait. I don't think I did it correctly. I don't know. That didn't seem right. That just seemed like a normal attack. I really like this mechanic. Having to sharpen your weapon. I think that's for this. Yep. Oh, god damn it. Why do I keep pressing R2? It just sharpened my thing. Damn. Looking fucking sick. Head stargazing. This is a bonfire? Stargazer fully recover between stamina as well as charging pulse cells. You will revive at this point upon death. Remember, this process also revives enemies, not just your character. Oh. Dang. So if I go back there in there, they'll be back.
This is called a stargazer. A marvelous device the stalkers used in the past.
Puppet threshold exceeds danger estimates. Please reduce puzzle numbers or reset danger parameters.
As we are not strong enough to beat the puppets. But if I lend my power to this stargazer for a moment. Gather ergo, clever one. This stargazer will make you stronger. But the stargazer's strength doesn't last forever. So be careful with it. Hurry up and come to Hotel Krot.
What? Level up, use storage. HP, stamina. Legion weight. I don't know what Legion is. Physical attack. Okay. What's the difference between these two? Oh, I guess you'd have to level these up to like use different weapons. Yeah, extra, but when you get further into the game, you get higher level weapons. I don't know if this is a horrible thing to do, but we're doing it. Level up. I mean, I don't really know what this is for. We'll just keep rolling. Poor dead horsey. Don't I have a map or something? I don't think you do you? Do you usually have like a map in any of the Dark Souls games? Perfect guard right before getting hit. Wait, what? Oh, I'm stuck on the horse. What the fuck? He takes like 20 years to wind it up. There we go. Man, that's gonna take some time to master. Use a belt item. No. Didn't get to read it. Oh, hold on, I'm looting. Yeah, he is so fucked. He's so dirty right now. Covered in so much puppet blood. Out times issue 183. The current grand expansion has been delayed. The decision was made to protect the citizens until the puppet of frenzy has reasonably paralyzed the cities under control. Revenge began on Rosa Isabel Street, causing hundreds of casualties. But the cause is still unknown. The number of casters and skill damage are both growing. As the crisis dragged on, the workshop in Benichi Company, that's the largest puppet factory, announced that they would offer emergency supplies to citizens and do everything they could to alleviate the situation. Task force is investigating the possibility of fatal loss of the Grand Covenant. This is the control protocol of the workshop's puppet. However, there's no resolution as of now, with the puppet frenzy creating more casualties. The city braces for resurgence of the citizens are advised to stay indoors for their safety. Members of the terrorists get through. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it is puppets that we're fighting. Hello. I just keep picking up everything. I have no idea what I'm picking up. It's locked. Is there any other path? No. Oop. This way? What the? What's broken? Is this gonna fully heal me? That's what was supposed to happen. Stable crystal. Marvelous puppet show. Perfect God. Yeah, no way I'm gonna get the hang of that right now. Oh, you can just roll into them? What? Who the fuck is talking? Oh, is it you? Is this phone? I think it was that. Fable Arts. It's Fable Arts while guarding handle Fable Arts. Weapons have distinct blades. Handles that each have their own Fable Art. Fable Arts use up Fable slots and different Fable Arts and just normal slots. Oh, that's what those blue bars are in the top right. I mean, no. I thought he was just gonna charge it up. I didn't think he was gonna do it immediately. Hold on. Jesus, you're tanky. We sure fucked that up. That definitely wasn't how you were supposed to do that. What? This guy's headless. They're gonna come up here. It is. I need a campfire. We're low on everything. She's urgent repair tool. It repairs weapon durability. Oh. If you desperately need to repair your weapon. Oh. Circus.
A powerful parade puppet is blocking the entrance, and that's the only way in. So please, be careful.
I'll try, ma'am. Does this take us back in front of the place where the save point is? Wait. Yeah, that's health. No, fuck. Jesus. Wait, you can look at this? Wait, hold on, go away. I'm just seeing, I don't know if Valentino's who erected the... I tried to jump over the boxes, but then you have to press L3 to jump. Oh, God damn. This. He still didn't jump over it, but hey, at least we got through. Hey, man. Man, this looks so sick. Casually sharpening his blade from his elbow. Is that an enemy or a merchant?
Hello there. Welcome to Krot, visitor.
Oh my god, it's a merchant.
I didn't think there were any stalkers left to fight the puppets. You didn't hear? Figures. The whole organization fell apart. All that's left are wannabes and amateurs who think they can fight on their own. You ought to buy something while you're at the festival. You can't rely on yourself alone.
Is this thing gonna kill me? Wait, does it actually hurt me? It hits you, but it didn't take any damage.
Out here alone? You could use some help. Here's a festival gift for you. Now get yourself something useful.
Thanks, man. I don't know, is this better than what I have? I got no clue. Weapon durability 8. Physical attack. I don't know. I'll be back, merchant. $112, 100 physical damage. Wait, I might as well get the thing then. Wait, 112. Wait, all these are horrible. 115. Wait, all those are horrible. Mine's better. Figures. You guys trying to scam me. Here's a parade puppet. He appears as a terrific puppet who will unveil the parade. Introducing Parade Master. Remarkable parade puppet model from the workshop to celebrate the grand exhibition. Hello, Jab, the Parade Master. I like shaking and marching with people. Parade Master has the following functions: 16 jolly songs, cheerful laughter, and 54 parade phrases. Parade dances to delight children. Strength to carry 6 men on the shoulders. This Parade Master was made big in commemoration of the grand expedition. Check out its charms and the eve of its upcoming expedition. He's gonna fucking kill me, isn't he? Let's do this. He doesn't give a fuck. Casually punched the gate open. Boss fight. Will we have music now? Yeah, we got music. Oh. Whoa. I wish I had a gun. Oh yeah, Fable, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, I'm out of stamina. What's he doing now? He rips off his fucking head. But he still has a tiny head. Whoa, 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 buddy. Okay, calm down. Rip. Lie or die. I'll take the lie, thank you. Yeah, we got him down pretty low, though. Got him down to half. Man, it fucking throws me off that he doesn't roll. He sidesteps. He only does that because I have the luck on thing. I'm dying in the boss area. What if we try without locking on? Because I fucking hated that he doesn't roll. Don't know why, but it bothers me. They're pretty good though. Hello, I'm back. What are those subtitles at the bottom? I am out of stamina. That's some. We're doing worse now. Maybe it is better when he sidesteps, although I don't like it. That one even worse. That one horrible compared to the first time. The first attempt. Back to lock oning, I guess. Apparently that was much better. Also, I gotta watch my stamina too. I just go to town on them like this. I gotta watch my stamina. Hello, have returned once again. Puppet Parade Master. What the fuck? Got the tiniest amount of HP. Ripping his fucking head off, monkey shake. Hey, there you go. We got him on the third try. Yeah, we did much better when we logged on. Oh, it's a special kind of go with different color. What? What? Wait, no, oh, damn. There's a special ability when equipped to the P organ. Special kind of ergo with different color range. What should I use? The props abilities. Interesting. I'll sharpen the blade. I have no idea what I'm picking up. But hey, gotta collect it all. Gotta hoard up everything. The Emergo fragment. Wait, the stuff that I pick up, does that help me get back my healing? No, I don't think so. What? I didn't even notice that guy was alive. So crud. Greatest luxury you'll ever experience. Give yourself the tree. I don't think it'll do.
One more thing I should mention.
Oh, what's up?
The hotel's security excludes puppets like you.
Oh, well, that... It's just perfect, isn't it?
You'll have to lie to get inside.
Oh.
You're a special puppet after all.
I'll have to lie to get inside? Oh shit, how's this gonna work? Such cinematic angles. But my nose is gonna get too big if I lie. Can you imagine that? That'd be so funny. If you keep lying throughout the game, you're just gonna end the game with like the biggest nose. The biggest nose possible. Can't jump in the fountain. Hidden moonstone. Upgrade to normal weapon blade up to 3. A rare enhancement material that can be obtained in different parts of Krot. Upgrade the blades of common weapons. Even someone know it from this world. However, it was the most optimal enhanced material. Their energy techniques push forward while using. What's it? That's like a thing you need for upgrades. Upgrade your weapons. Time to lie. You ready to lie, chat room? You ready to tell some sweet little lies? Knock on the door.
Welcome to the sanctuary of the Grand Covenant. Prove your identity. Who are you?
I'm the pizza guy. Puppet human. You get to pick? Human.
Grand Covenant's fourth law. A puppet cannot lie.
Wait,
Welcome to Hotel Krot.
what happens now that I lied? So we know it's gonna get bigger? I wonder what would happen if I said human. Why is he touching his chest? Does he get sick every time he lies? Do we get a debuff every time we lie? I don't know. Our friend hasn't told us what happens if we lie. Lies of P. Was that the demo? I should have said human then. Maybe that would have. I should have said puppet. That maybe would have extended it, given us an extra boss fight. Oh no, there was more. Surprisingly.
I'm so happy to see you.
You too,
I'm
ma'am.
Sophia. I've been waiting for you. Searched all over the city of Krot to find you. You must have questions. Geppetto will have answers, but we have to find him first. He was last seen on Elysian Boulevard. All of Krot is dangerous for humans, and that neighborhood is one of the scariest. Please find Geppetto on Elysian Boulevard. I'll explain more once you find him. Wait, take this pocket watch.
Pocket watch. What's that gonna do?
Krot is a labyrinth of peril right now. This watch will guide you to a safe place. Be careful, clever one.
Thank you, Sophia. Where was in peak?
Look at Gemini. I think he's in shock.
Who's that?
She said she is fine.
Oh, it's
That's
light.
proof you're broken. The real Gemini isn't so calm. I'm no inv-
Nope.
I'll use my power to help you.
Oh, I can level up with you? Level up stamina. About Ergo.
Ergo is the miracle that made Krot prosper. Without Ergo, there would be no automated puppets to make Krot wealthy. When you move, you tap into the power of Ergo within you. Gather more Ergo. It will make you stronger.
Oh, Moonlet's
In the
lamp.
folklore of Krot, a cricket often acts as a guide. That is why these automated models became popular. But Gemini is unique. He's more than just a guide. As you get more familiar with Gemini, you'll see what I mean.
That's all. Doggies. Who's this guy? Is this a puppet?
Welcome to Hotel Krat. My name is Polendina, butler to Lady Antonia. Please let me know how I may be of service. At Hotel Krat, comfort and calm walk hand in hand.
How are you not crazy?
Welcome to Hotel Krat. How may I be of service?
How are you not crazy like the other puppets? Grand Covenant.
The Grand Covenant is a set of absolute commands imprinted on puppets when they are made. First law. All puppets must obey their creator's commands. Second law. A puppet may not harm humans. Third law. A puppet protects and serves humans and the city of Krat. Fourth law. A puppet cannot lie.
Oh, yeah, about that.
I've told you about the
I might have done
laws
that to get in here.
upon every puppet. Do you require anything else?
Ask for something else. Use. Check records in possession. You can play music in here? Yo, it's sick. Gotta find some vinyls. As one of the city's creepiest and most mysterious buildings, go to the law, hotel cars, the nice little castle built by an astrocat devoted. Actually, no, I'm not gonna read this because when we play the game, we're gonna be reading it again. I'm not gonna read it now. Who are you, fine lady?
Unexpected guests are welcome. We don't insist on reservations. I am Antonia, and this is my hotel.
Oh, and that was your butler I just talked to.
I knew from the moment we met that you're Geppetto's puppet. He might have a few loose screws, but Geppetto's skills are undiminished. It's a shame. He took off for Elysian Boulevard, and he never came back. If he doesn't turn up soon, we'll have to make a new coffin.
Monk call.
Oh, I forgot. I was keeping this for him. It comes with a long story, but I think it's better off with you. Please find that old man, and do take care of yourself out there.
Thanks, miss. New clothes. Let's change clothes right in front of the old lady. Wait, you can have a top hat? You gotta find a top hat for him. Wait, but she gave her something else, didn't she? Oh, she gave me a jester. How the hell do I put jester? Wait, what? Your springs are reacting.
Oh, forgive me, I'm rambling. When you get to my age, your memories are like good friends, and just as distracting.
Excuse me? What happened to me? Is that because I lied? Investigate. Stop performing. You should natural. Natural at the piano.
People have no idea so many secrets are buried in Krat. Thanks for keeping me company. What are you curious about?
About lying, yes,
I
please.
see you're here. That means you can lie. Your lies are a rare ability. You're able to choose your own path, unbound by anything. People on the outside are still afraid of puppets. Lie to protect yourself and find your path.
But what does lying do? Does it not have a downside?
I'm an old friend of Geppetto's. His son
That's
is
not.
like family to me. Make yourself at home. You're always welcome here at the hotel. If you have any questions, ask my butler, Polendina.
How is he not crazy? Switch a Legion on. Well, I only have this one. Yeah, who's this guy? A woman.
I heard about you from Geppetto, but to see you in person, wow. You should take this. Geppetto left it with me.
What are you giving me? Yo, what in the Jesus? I'm fucking Batman now. She gave me a grappling hook arm? Each an arm. You have special equipment that is equipped on the left arm. Each arm has its own combat ability. Each arm can be modified into all sorts of forms in case it can be used in the machine. Yo, what the fuck? We look badass right now. I organize this place according to the rules, so don't move a thing. Kitties. And a doggo?
The sound of it alone. That craftsmanship comes only from the hands of Geppetto. You must be something else. A custom arm from Geppetto himself is quite an accessory. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Eugenie from the Workshop Union. I know my way around weapons of all kinds. I'm sure Master Geppetto would agree. If any of your weapons need work, bring them to me. I know my way around a weapon. Want me to look at something?
Upgrade weapon, ultra handle. Or go hidden moonstone. I mean, I suppose why not, right? Ultra handle. You can bring it. Eugene cranks to ultra weapon handles. Each handle is property upgrades based on your character's basic stats. You can change this property and grade one time with a handle alteration. You can always reset it with a balance crank. I see. Well, goddamn, this is getting really in depth. I can need that right now. I'll just take a basic upgrade for now, I suppose. I mean, it's just a demo here as well. What's Stargazer?
A Stargazer is a survival device used by the Stalkers. It powers itself by accumulating and absorbing ergo spores in the air. Stalkers installed Stargazers all across the city. Once they're recovered, we can put them to use.
Training.
If you want to test your skills or try new techniques, head for the garden. The Stalkers captured a puppet to use for training. Don't look at me like that. Everyone hates puppets. I know whose side you're on.
Is that out here? Oh yeah, it is. Yo, it is actually a grapple hook. Nice.
I'll use my power to help you.
I mean, no need to put anything in there. A nice hotel, though. Well, I guess we're gonna learn it the hard way. What happens when we lie? We lie too much. Knock on the door. It's locked tight. It's locked tight. Well, let's go find this guy. Hold on. What, Pocket watch. Teleport to hotel. Last stock is used. Oh, that's what that's for. Just like a fast travel thing. Okay. I see. I see. I thought that was like a map or something. Great fortune to all visitors, rest for all travelers, blessing to all friends. Oh, let's go find this guy. Time to lie, Pinocchio. Lie and load faster. But you can't see it because the two Scoobies are hiding it, but it says now lying. Pretty cool, pretty funny detail. Now lying. Cloudy morning. So many dead people.
Hey, let's be more careful. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I hate these guys.
Who's talking?
But don't be alarmed. My name is Gemini. We'll talk later, when we're safe.
Oh, this is what you sounded like this whole time? He doesn't sound corrupt anymore. What happened? What was that new menu? Teleport to another switch leads you now. Talk with Gemini.
Are you? You are. Finally, someone is talking to me. I'm Gemini, your friendly puppet guide. Or friendly guide puppet? I don't know, one of those. I'm also a friend of Sophia's. Last time I woke up, Sophia was there because she woke me up. But I'm sure there are still other memories in there. Sorry. Must be the shock. Bear with me, and I'll do my best to guide you.
Thanks, Gemini. Good Gemini. Fuck. Sliced. Can't see the blood that well in his outfit. Unlike in the other one. Whoa. But you guys are gonna keep your distance. Oh wait, I should try the puppet
Elysian
thing.
Boulevard was a regular rich people row. You wanted fancy boutiques and shops. No place better. That was long ago. Before the puppet frenzy.
Puppet friends. Okay, I don't want to try it on this. Alright, let's try this puppet, get over here. A lot of F50 frame. What? Oh, hey man, how's it going? I was about to open my inventory and everything right in front of that guy. Just standing there holding his gun. Why didn't he shoot? Why should his puppet frames? Oh. They're like buffs? Go to equipment menu. Oh, it's this. Man, you can only use it so many times. How do I charge up my grapple hook again now? Oh my god. They're just too close to the building. And another urgent repair too. Ah, yeah, speaking of that. Let's see, wasn't it right down here? Okay, where is this? Oh, it's the... Here you go. I just want him to be full health. Who the fuck is this guy? He doesn't get staggered. And he has a fancy top hat. Hey guys, if you wish for it up, there may be also. Oh. You can call for backup using that. Oh, hey, man. How did you still hit me? Fucked up. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Dead lol. What the fuck? I wanted to roll back, but we fell off. Where is that? Can I even get that back? Oh, Jesus. Where did we fall to a death at? So conveniently over here. Actually, I don't think I can get to it. Not yet. Just don't die. Ow. Just don't die again. And we're cool. Just don't die for him. It's that simple. Hey, what about this guy? No. He doesn't come back, I guess. Oh, it's right here. Oh, thank God. I don't have to fight them on the floor. We got our shit back. Sweet. Well, who the fuck is this guy? Job pipe. What? What the fuck is whispering? Oh, it's a thing I can throw. Or is there something over here? Better be omega good. Electric blitz. What? That's what we're made by mixing electric blitz. It's really. It's a weapon with electric blitz. Oh, it's like a buff. An elemental buff. I can actually go back down here. Wow, I'm surprised they didn't make me go down here and get the thing. Get my money back. Wait, where am I? Ah, there it is. I'm touching the thing. You can't hit me now. I don't want to get full health again. Guy's really committed, huh? They are really committed, goddamn. Yeah, what are you gonna do now? Didn't think so, huh? Can't climb the ladder. Hey, man. Wrecked. Casually walks behind you. Nothing personal, puppet. Oh my god. That's fucked up. That's fucked up that we died there. I hit the building and that's what staggered me. Defeated by a building. Lost to the building. Here they come again. What's up, guys? What? They didn't do the self-takedown or whatever you want to call it. Oh god, oh god. Calm down, everyone. Are you serious? That's like, oh, we nearly fucking died to these guys. And then this guy pops out out of nowhere and just stabs me. What a fucking troll. Whatever, we're just gonna run past him. He was hiding in the building this whole time, waiting for his moment to strike. Whatever. You're just gonna run past. We're gonna grab our thing. And we're just gonna get out there. We're just gonna rip past them. What a troll. I'll still slice this guy though. Fuck that item. But I'm just gonna go. Give me this. Where's this guy? There he is, this fucking asshole that killed me before. Frozen man's letter. Hi, Louise. Charlotte, my treasure. I can't hear anything. I think the streets are already dead. Nothing but silence. I assume that too will become just another petrified corpse soon. I still remember the sound of your singing voice and the sight of Charlotte looking at picture books. Remembers all of it. First thing I did when I was alive was send you and Charlotte to that cathedral for shelter. I wish this never was all over. If only you and the kid could come back. But I guess that's impossible. I guess that's not impossible. I love you, Louise. I pray that you're safe here. I got a new gist from reading that. How did you... I like that. The fuck? That one big guy. See what's all the way at the top. Would I die from falling down there? Surely not, right? Oh. Down attack. Perform an attack while falling? Oh. Hey, man. I got it open at least. Oh, what am I doing? Can I get you over here so I can get that loot in the box? Ow, life amulet. Yo, and there's a save point right here. Oh, is it because I'm in combat? Wait, he's coming in here? Oh fuck, oh fuck.
Why, hello! I didn't know anyone was alive out here.
Protect me, merchant.
I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a burglar. I'm just crashing in an abandoned house for a while. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. We survivors need to look out for each other.
Thank you, merchant. You helped me get rid of that guy.
I didn't steal this.
Recoil stick hand. What? Wait, what's that first thing? System. Alright, patch me up, chief. Let's go. Does that give me my... No, it doesn't. Yo, what the fuck is this guy doing here? Why is he getting involved? Now I took a hit because he wanted to get involved. Ow. Okay, that I thought that would stagger him, but no. He's really aggressive. Now. There you go. Finally get behind him. Brings his stuff back. Well, now he's gonna come back again. Guys, we're gonna do this, but at least I want to try and fight him. Should we put something in here? I don't know. I really don't know. Ow, my hand. Oh my. You two fucking trolls. You had that set up. You did that on purpose. I was like, oh, I'll go behind this guy and stealth kill him. But then he just has another guy hiding behind him. Ready to fucking stab me in the back. That was such a pass and a half right there. Okay, well, we won't fall for that twice. Excuse me, I need this. Oh no, you asshole. Oh, I'm alive? Where am I? I don't, fuck. I don't want to be here right now. Ladder. I'm sorry. I didn't mean I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I know. I'm not invited to the party. Please. I didn't mean any harm. Just leave me be. Oh my god, this is horrible. This is absolutely horrendous. Got staggered because I hit the wall. Well, that's gonna be fun to get that back. Gonna have to run all the way back in the alley. I just run past all the enemies.
Wait, I can sense something strange. Jeepers.
Jeepers.
Butterfly?
Another book. So it was over there. That really is going to be fun to get back. Why do I hear a cat? Dimensional butterfly. Occasionally a dimensional butterfly appear in pilots are correct. Once I am can take the butterfly and lights are red to point out its location with the characters either hiding the butterfly will appear after a certain amount of time butterfly will appear to another dimension. Kill it to get useful materials. Oh. Kill it. Where did it go? Who knows? I want to get my shit back. Hopefully not die in the process. Here we go, here we go. Time for the suicide mission. Actually, is it just you and the other guy? Oh, it's not the dogs this time. Okay, well then. Fine. Oh. I forgot about that guy. Oh, that goes those 2,000. Rip. I forgot about the guy camping in the alleyway. If I would have known, if I would have remembered he was there, I would have healed. Oh well. To the butterfly, I guess. 1,000 and whatever. I'm not gonna risk my life to go back to that. However, I will see what this is now. Oh, you. At least I'm not dead. Hidden moonstone. Is that what I get for killing it? Warning. Occasion to see quarantine, so no trespassers. Everyone is a patient of a lunatic. Do not speak to them. Oh.
This must be your first time in the petrification disease quarantine zone. For most people, this is their last stop. You are a good Samaritan for coming all the way here. I'm one. May I ask you a favor?
What's up?
My family took my baby from me and sent me here. They said it was for my own good, but it was heartless just the same. A baby must be with its mother. Please go to Quart City Hall and bring me my baby. Please.
I'll find her.
To Quart City Hall. Thank you so much, kind one. I can finally see my sweet Elena's face again.
Oh wait, she's sticking her hand out the window. I didn't even notice that.
Please hurry. Hard scales spreading across my eyes.
Then your baby just gonna get sick though if you're sick?
Before I lose my sight. Please.
She said the baby was at City Hall. Should we check it out?
Do it.
I hope everybody's safe.
How did we get to City Hall, my friend? Oh, I just turned him off. City Hall. Yeah, where the hell is that? God, it says booking back. Nope, I'm good. I don't want to use this. I'm sorry. It itches. Feels the skin of his blue blood. Oh, wait, where the hell am I now? Oh god. What have I gotten myself into? Hello? City Hall? Oh, they don't come in here. Or I want a map or something. I want to help this woman. Alright, whatever, just take the elevator. Go. Get out of here. Figures, now I'm back here. Oh, that's perfectly fine. Did you hold down there? Up, okay. That works. And this just takes us back to her. Does it have to be down here? Oh, hey. Oh wait, there is still that guy. He has a lot of reach. Wait, that looked broken from the other side too, though. I remember the guy camping back here. There we go. How am I gonna deal with the big guy? That's Dan's buddy. Over here. Didn't really hurt him that much, as I had hoped. Oh my god, that fucking horrible when I decided to lock on. He has so much health. And he does so much damage. I mean, I guess the best way to fight that guy is to, yeah. To literally just knock it out. Get the rolls. When to block. Alright, let's see. So could I open this door in here? Oh, you block. Oh, you are a real asshole. Quick, open this shit. Oh my god. Yeah, you go back to what you were doing before. Oh my god, why is that guy in here too? Why is he still in this area? Get rid of this guy, because I want to know what's on this side. Nothing really. Yeah, okay, no, there's nothing really on this side. Oh, what in the... Oh no, did this aggro the fucking whole location? Oh, I'm out of here, get back on the ladder. Heck, dude, the fucking whole area. What? He's just running in place. Hey, whatever. We're gonna heal up. And then we're gonna fucking run like there's no tomorrow. So that's where we came from. Ah, you can't hurt me in the elevator. This door on the left, I'm pretty sure that's locked. Oh, so wait, might as well just go back up. And save. Yo, reset the area. So we don't have 20 different enemies hunting us. That's wrong. But what's down here? What the fuck are they doing? Oh, that works. Oh, it does open, okay. Attributes, stun elements. Alchemist Bridge, cloudy morning. Puppets. All the puppets will be destroyed. Who just said that? Is that the game?
Come out, Geppetto! You've got a lot to answer for!
Are these humans?
You know what caused the puppet frenzy,
Matt
don't
Donkey,
you?
what?
You're their maker, practically
Huh?
their father! You and the alchemist scheming together.
Why is he
Tell me
wearing
the
a
truth.
donkey hat?
What's your problem? I'm here for the old man. Get lost.
Okay.
Wait. I know you. Or more like, I know what you are.
Are we gonna fight?
You're the devil's puppet.
Satan?
You can't sneak past me. Die!
But he's a boss? Yeah, I was not prepped for a boss right now. Definitely not against a mad donkey. Can we not fight up against that, please? He can also roll. Oh. Not reacting fast enough. Oh, he interrupted that, really? For some reason I didn't think he could. Oh, right, we stab him.
Then string you up on the bridge! This time it's destroyed for sure.
Don't celebrate too soon, you mad donkey. I'll be back. I did not think that was going to be a boss fight right there. God, I thought he would be friendly. But turns out the mad donkey is, well, quite mad, I suppose. Hence the name. Where's my stuff gonna be? Are we gonna go straight into it?
Past me? Die!
Sure, no monologuing this time. I'm gonna see if we can perfect block.
Both, then string you up on the bridge.
Ow.
Destroyed for sure.
Got close though. I got way too aggressive though. we should have been more careful. Where's this guy? The big guy that was here in the back. People would have had him if they had that Omega move. That triangle move.
You can't sneak past me! Die!
Oh my god. It's so delayed, the hits. I cannot for the life of me get the timing right to try and possibly get a perfect block. This is a horrible attempt. Fuck, stop rolling so much. My job.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge!
You can just cheese them like that. If you can constantly get behind them. Yeah, like that. Yeah, why am I blocking? Oh, dodging so late.
This time it's destroyed for sure.
I gotta dodge way too soon. Instead of dodging when he's already hitting me. Like, there's no point in it. Like, worthless.
Wait. I ought to fucking kill you right now, boy. I don't think so. Yeah, maybe not right now.
Exactly. That's me to that guy. That's me to the mad donkey. I ought to fucking kill you right now, boy. Maybe not right now. I'll be back. And I'm back now. No, this is the time we kill him. For sure.
You can't sneak past me! Die!
Fucking Jesus. I keep dodging way too late. No thanks. No thanks, Matt Donkey. No, I don't think so. Oh! Who's that guy? What? Who invited him? And then he just leaves? What? Wait, why was he here? What the fuck was that? Fucking third party? What is that? Oh my god. Yeah, did you see that guy just shows up? Fucking casually double teams him and then he just walks off. He just walks away.
I'll kill you both, then string you up on the bridge!
What the hell was that? Oh wait, it was right there, the prompt. There it is. He's going Super Saiyan. Who's P? That's us, I'm pretty sure. We are P. Get wrecked, Matt Donkey. We got him, even though we got double team. What the hell was that? Combination among donkey. We really don't have a donkey in the suit. That's quite surprising. What's up? Hey man.
Finally, we meet, son.
So
it's
creative.
a dream come true. Seeing you like this. I understand.
Feed carrot,
some
man.
People despise me.
We take it for a spin.
I invented the puppets, after all. I should take responsibility as their maker. But in order for me to do that, I need to take care of the puppets at City Hall. Won't you help me, son? Take this. You'll find it most useful.
What are you giving me? What? Wait, did I just get what I think we got? Hold on. Oh my god. Mad Donkey's mask. The mask worn by the Mad Donkey. It is the mask of one blindly seeking the truth. The madman wanted to find the real truth. And by his stubbornness, he failed to see the approach of death. Game's 10 out of 10. Game of the year right here. Now I am the Mad Donkey. Easy. Yep. Insta 10 out of 10 right here. This is his outfit. Yeah, I like the one I had. So, we don't have any donkey emotes? Or is there really no donkey emojis either? Oh, he has the donkey face in here.
I want to hear all about your experiences. But now...
It's gonna show up in cutscenes too.
Use the Stalker's key to open the bridge door. Then get rid of the frenzied puppets that have seized City Hall. We'll catch up at Hotel Krat when you're done.
There is no emoji either. What? What do the emoji people have against donkeys?
All about your experiences. But now isn't a good time.
Man, you type...
Use the Stalker's key to open the bridge door.
You type donkey into 7TV and all that pops up is Donkey Kong and Donkey from the Shrek movie.
We'll catch up at Hotel Krat when you're done.
Wait, they have... yes, of course. 3 different horse emoji. That's just what I'm in the need of. That's just what I'm missing. 3 different horse emojis. I'm so glad we have that. Instead of a donkey. Where's the guy I killed? Did we just throw him over the bridge? Where is his corpse? Was it this guy? Oh wait, it's that guy. Man, this dam was fucking long. You know, I didn't notice what else he gave us. I just saw the donkey helmet and I was like, what? Fuck. Crazy. What? I was looking for the corpse of the guy that I just killed. But I guess we threw him over the bridge.
That weapon assembly tool you were talking about. If you find any more weapons, let's try using them here.
Assemble weapon. Assemble weapons through Eugene at the hotel at the stages in different areas. Separate your weapon to blade and handle and assemble them into new weapons that match your character's base battle style. Oh, but I don't have anything. I only have one weapon. Yeah, well. This game is obviously just like the Dark Souls games, but Pinocchio themed. I think this comes out in September or something like that. I don't know, it comes out later this year. Wait, we can cheese this. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, but that didn't really go well. How do you fight these guys? I don't think you fight them like that. Fly or die. I mean, so far it's pretty good, right? I'm enjoying it. So far, well. The mini bosses, like just these casual enemies here, they have been much harder than like the actual bosses. We have fought 2 bosses so far. The one you just saw, the Mad Donkey, and the one at the beginning. But yeah, these guys right here, they have been like 10 times harder than the actual 2 bosses we fought so far. It's crazy. Is that what it's like in Dark Souls 2? Get away from me. What the hell is this? Oh, this is horrible. This is a disaster. Oh, you've never played one of those long enough? Yeah, that's fair. They are quite long. But hey, at least this game has a really cool mechanic. A Monster Hunter mechanic. You need to sharpen your weapon. Oh, that's the wrong part. Wait, oh, it's right here. Played Dark Souls 1 for like 10 minutes and you're like, that's enough. I'm out, I'm leaving. Just that. Understandable. That is fair, cause man. Those games require a lot of time and dedication. And if you really want to get good at it, then man, you gotta min-max the right stats and everything. Feels like I'm playing the whole game. This is just a demo. I'm playing it for 2.5 hours. Can I really not level up here? Why can I not level up here? I'm just gonna run past them and hope for the best. Spectra. Use the star fragment at the cracks calling next to the boss area to summon a Spectra. It'll help you carry the boss battle. Oh, there's a boss in here. We need to find the baby as well somewhere. That's the side quest we got going. What? a woman that we were talking to through a window was like, please find my baby, please. My family sent me here without my baby, please. Would you please? I just want to see my baby one more time. Please go find my baby. Yes, we gotta be on the lookout for baby raging. Listen out for baby raging. Battle. Whoa! See what I mean? These guys are fucking difficult to fight. And they're just casual enemies. Get away from me. Patience amulet. What is that? Oh, wait, is there like a thing that I can equip? Ah, yeah. Increase HP and increase stamina recovery. Wait, but I don't want to summon this guy. Can't I just fight him myself? But I really want. I have so many like money in the top right. I really want to spend that. Holy fuck, man! There's so many enemies. You're not gonna let me use it, are you? Oh my god, you are. Last time it didn't let me use it because there was enemies nearby. Is it just transfer from one chance? You travel to the house you activate. You only travel to those you've activated. Oh. I think this is where I want to go. So look at the loading screen, the loading progress bar. It says nose getting longer and longer. Well, now you can't see because my controller just died. Oh my god. Signature Leo stream. I forgot about that. Imagine if that happened during a boss fight. Imagine if that happened during the donkey boss fight. When he was like one hit off a death. Imagine. That would have been horrible. Right, there we go. Keep lying, Pinocchio. Can I level up here? No. Wait, do I really have to go all the way back here to level up? I was dying this whole time. I forgot. Whoops. Signature Leo stream. Oh my god, what's this game?
I'll use my power to help you.
Why did they give you this so early on, man? I love it. Like, there's so many numbers on the screen right now. What in the, what, how, blah, 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 blah. What am I supposed to know to level up? It says DVD. It sure feels like it, doesn't it? With all these numbers on the screen. All it's missing is just a slightly increases, moderately increases, tremendously increases. What do I want to level up? That seems good to me. I think that's damage and stamina. I think so. I'm carrying so many things that I don't know what the hell does. Oh. Wait, I think I've seen people use these in Elden Ring. Like, this is item symbol is an Elden Ring. You use these and then they give you money. Is that what this is? I think so. Like, this one gives me 100. This one gives me 5,000. That's fine. Where's the guy I saved? I don't know. Let me play piano. I'm a donkey playing piano. Thank you. Round of applause for the donkey.
That book reminds me. Have you ever heard the fairy tale about a mischievous wooden puppet? All of Krot knows the story, all because of someone who loved that story more than anyone else. But this is strange. I do not recall. Who exactly was that someone?
Look at all the detail on the donkey mask. You said he would be here. The guy would be mad after defeating the donkey. Whatever. I just want to come back here and level up. Go back to where we were. Can I use this in here to teleport? I can. Perfect. Now lying. That's also what it says when it's loading. But the two Scoobies are covering it. Now lying. Now lying 100%. So is this gonna be another boss in here? That's what it made it sound like, with that fountain being there.
You're right. Got it, boss.
Zach, you're right. You got it, boss. And who is this boss? It's the weather. That's the boss. What the hell? Mustache robot seems good, man. Mustache robot with fancy hat. Scrap the watchman. Holy. I wish I had a gun. I keep saying that. God, he's going crazy. What? Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Lie or die. Which will it be, Pinocchio? Alright, okay. We tried to fight him by ourselves. Now let's try and use the funny fountain. Which summons a shadow clone or something. That's probably not going to help much, but let's try. Furry attack. Some enemies become red and use a strong attack with her attack. You can't dodge or gouge her attack, but you can counter with a perfect guard. Perfect guard? Oh my god. Like trying to get a perfect guard or perfect parry in this, it's a shit show. Because they all have such slow attacks. You have to be so patient. And how are you supposed to get a perfect parry on Mustache Man? He just seemed to be going crazy. How are you supposed to time that? Alright, let's see what this is like. Wait, what did that do? So, am I gonna have like a shadow friend, a shadow clone with me in here? Yo, get him, Spectre. Wait, why are you going for me? Yeah, go for him. Man, this is so cheesy. What the hell? Man, I keep being caught mid-animation because I keep spamming attack. Oh, what? I didn't think you were targeting me. What is he doing now? Oh, okay. Oh wait, he can't hurt him right now. How can I never dodge that? Oh wait. Oh, maybe he just couldn't get hurt when he was slamming that guy. Playing a Souls game? We sure are. I haven't played many of them before. Closest thing is Knack and Monster Hunter. Those are the only two. That comes close to a Souls-like. Never thought I'd see the day. Yep, believe it or not. Here we are. Trying the demo of Eliza P. Okay, well. I mean, that went a lot better with the Shadow clone, but man, I don't know. That feels so cheesy. Feels so cheesy summoning in the Shadow clone. You're not a fan of it? Why is that, Mr. Junior? I have to dodge backwards when he attacks. Did I get hit there? I don't even know. Can't seem to dodge that thing. You were dying to the first boss. Oh, I see. We got him on the third try. I can no stop. Oh, I actually dodged that for once. I'm just shoving my face now. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Junior. I know, that was toxic. Oh my god, you do that every time, Gren. What is he doing now? I mean, so far I'm really liking this. And so far this is... Well, he's the hardest boss so far, because up until now, we fought two bosses and they've both been pretty easy. Only hardest thing so far, besides this boss right here, has been all the normal average enemies. All these normal average enemies have been the hardest part of the whole game. Don't know why, but they're just such a challenge to me. But I'm really liking it. I mean, look at me. I'm a donkey. How can you not like this game? I can be a donkey. Can you be a donkey in Bloodborne too? I mean, I'm really liking this. I can be a donkey. I have like a grapple hook arm right now. I personally really like Pinocchio and all that, so I'm really liking it a lot. And I find it really funny that the loading screen it says now lying, and it's his nose getting longer and longer. I find that really funny. And you also get that The game gave us a choice at one point if we wanted to lie or not. Like, we had to go inside somewhere and only humans could go inside that area. So we had the option to tell the truth, that we were a puppet, or lie that we are a human. And we obviously lied. Get in. Really cool that there's choices like that, but I have no idea if there's a downside or anything to lying. The game hasn't told me. That game's good. So right here. There are many great things about Bloodborne. I played it for like 2 hours back when it came out. But never went back because I found out that I was using the heavy attack the whole time. I didn't know there was a light attack. And then, yeah, when I found out about that while playing, I just quit, never came back. This was basically me playing Bloodborne. Constantly using the heavy attack. Didn't know there was a light attack. Oh, and I also really like this mechanic here. You have to sharpen your weapon. It's really cool. Reminds me of Monster Hunter. Okay, now this guy is really fucking challenging because he's so aggressive. And I don't know where to dodge. Oh, but one thing, I hated that he doesn't roll. Like when you attacked onto someone like this, he doesn't roll, he just sidesteps. That really threw me off the first time. Every time I get caught in that. I mean, I could always just do this to get the roll. Untag. Oh, yeah, I forget I can run it, actually. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, I can run away from that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I forget that I can run. Probably much better to run away than just constantly backstep the whole time. And also, yeah, the parry, the blocking mechanic, man, I cannot get that down for the life of me. It's so hard to get the timing. There's such slow attacks. The enemy. Alright, let's dance. Off to a great start. Oh, I thought it was far enough away from it. I keep dodging into his legs. Man's got me trapped between his legs. Oh, before we continue, can I open that door right there? I think I can, probably. I can. Hello, guys. Worth it. I opened the door. Sacrificed my life and my 88 monies just to open that door. Hey, it's open now. Right, okay. Yeah. Oh well, I guess you can only pause by doing this. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll be back really quick. I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be really quick, gentlemen. I think today's penguin law session's already over, so yeah, no penguin law this time. It was bad. Either way, be right back. Hey, I have returned. Man, it's so nice and cold in the rest of the house. But then as soon as I step through the door into my own room, I just get hit by like a giant heat wave, it feels like. It's so hot in here. Just step through the door, just hit you right in the face. The heat of this room, how hot it is in here. Anyways. Oh, this is a shortcut. I guess I don't get chased by like 50 of them. So are the subtitles supposed to look like that? At the bottom? Oh, like that. I swung twice. Yeah, I wasn't gonna get out of there. I need to run that one too, I think. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Why? I can't seem to shoot that one. Kind of forgot about that. Jesus Christ. Well, at least we got to phase 2. Progress. Kind of forgot about that. Kind of forgot about his electric face. Give me back my 30 monies. Frogo. I forget how to pronounce it. Frogon. Oh god, I can't tell when he does that. Not very close to the electric face. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, we're fine. Man, I don't know what to do there. For almost everything else, I know what to do, but when he does that, I don't know what the fuck to do. I guess just run away. I guess just run away and hope for the best. Can't tell when he's about to do it though. I can't tell when he's about to do it because it looks just like the other move that he does. Put me in, coach. Round, I don't know, 7. The donkey's got it this time. What the fuck? He's already doing it! He's psycho. He's opening up with that move. What, he's doing it again? He's so aggressive. Wait, is he doing it again? What the? What the hell? That was weird. He did that like 2 or 3 times back to back. Jesus Christ. I guess he wanted me to practice it. He wanted me to practice the move. Really? Are you doing it again? What the fuck, man? Why are you doing that all of a sudden? Wait, you're too close up against the wall. This is a horrible attempt. What the fuck? Why does he keep opening up with that now? He's messing with us. Wait, do you keep losing? Every time you die, you lose 1 money. Ergo, or whatever the hell they called it again. Because it was on 30 before, now it's on 29. Yeah, this is horrible. That means bad luck right there. This is going to be a horrible attempt. None of that guy hit us. Wait, now it's 27. Does it go down the longer it stays? Does it go a lot? Does it go down the longer it takes for me to pick it up? Or is it because it got hit? Because it got hit. But he's doing it again. Oh no, it's that move. Okay, now I can't tell. Now I can't tell what move is which. They look identical to me. I told you that meant bad luck. that guy hit us. So what is it gonna be now? Is it gonna be 26? No, it says 27. I did a giant loop around that guy this time. He was not gonna hit me. I also kind of feel like we don't do enough damage, but I think it's fine. I need to go AFK again and then come back. Maybe that's the strat. I need to go BRB and then come back. Because when I did that, I came back and we got him to second base. I don't need to be right back though. Oh, it's just a joke. I mean, I could use some of those things. But then, we'll give this a couple more attempts, and then if it doesn't work, we'll travel back. Oh no! Why are you smacking me with the fish, Mr. Dante? No. Every time you get hit, it takes one off. You need to smack the mustache man, the mustache robot. You need to smack him with the fish. This guy right here. What? How did that? See, when he goes crazy like that, I can't tell. And one, like the two moves he does before he becomes red, I wonder how are you supposed to dodge those? Have you tried it out yet, Mr. Dante? EX Defiant Beta. I'm scared of that guy hitting me now. Oh shit, it is? You liking it? I mean, that's good. That's a good thing. Glad to hear that. Mine also finished downloading, so I kinda want to try it out too. I've already tried the other beta, but I'm gonna give it another shot, perhaps. Yeah, pretty much. Did they improve the netcode? Or are you still dying around walls? Because that was the one thing that really annoyed me the most in the beta. Kept dying around walls. And corners and everything. Is that any better now? I just need to run that. Wow. I actually didn't think he could hit me still. I was scratching my nose. Illegal move. Oh, he's doing that. Oh god. Yeah, no, we were in an awkward spot for that. Oh, wait, what the fuck? I forgot you do that again. Okay, I didn't think he was gonna start off with that. I got him to phase 2 again. That was a good attempt. I haven't paid too much attention to that code. Okay, all good, all good. That's fair. I'm sit down, too. But if you haven't paid too much attention to it, then it seems okay. Then that's a good sign. And that sounds like it's improved at least. Okay, that's pretty funny. Those games are both Activision Blizzard games, eh? The boss fights in this demo? Yeah, they have 3 even. This is the 3rd one right here. They have 3. We've fought 2 so far, and yeah, this is the 3rd one they're on right now. I don't know if there's anything else after this guy. I have a feeling this guy might be the last, but I could be wrong. Maybe there is more after this guy, but yeah, so far this is the 3rd boss fight in the demo, which is pretty crazy. I thought it was just gonna be that first boss and then that was it, but no, there was more after that. There's 3 whole bosses so far in this demo. Pretty fucking good. Pretty lengthy demo. Yeah, I mean, we've been playing for 3 hours. That's pretty long for a demo. She still hit me. What the hell? That was a strange sound. These demos are getting longer. Yeah? You don't say, because man, I really thought this was only gonna take like around an hour or so, but no. Pretty lengthy. 3 hours. And who knows? There might be more after this. But that, I don't know, that seemed really insane to me if there was more than 3 bosses in the demo. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. And yeah, I do also kind of want to try out that X-Define beta again. We'll see. But I do also at the same time want to defeat this guy. There's actually something we could try. We could just try upgrading our damage. That might help. Yeah, they should too. They do. They really do want you to try out the game. A good portion of the game too. There's a lot of places to explore. It's a good handful of areas to look through. Okay, so let's try something here. Let's go all the way back here. Then I want to test something. The lying donkey. I think we might give this till 2. Then we'll see. Because I kind of, yeah, like I said, I do kind of want to try out X-Defiant again. Yeah, but let's see here. So I wonder if I use this here, is this just gonna give me money? Yeah, it is. I was right. Right, okay. Use all of them. Yeah, the final game is gonna be free to play. Free to play. You don't have to spend a dime on it to get it. But yeah, I don't know when the release. I don't know when the exact release date is. They just said this summer, so that could be anywhere from tomorrow till the end of September.
I'll use my power to help you.
Wait, this year? Summer this year is what they said. Up it by 15. Oh, that's closer than you thought. Oh shit. Oh, what you thought you were gonna have to wait until like next year or something? No. You don't even have to wait that long. This summer. Yeah. Man, it's so fucking insane. I don't know if it's because DBD has spoiled me, but you know, all the outfits and cosmetics in DBD, for the most part, you can like mix and match all of those with like almost every outfit in the game. But when it comes to Call of Duty, you just buy like a fucking $20 bundle, and then you can't like mix and match the outfit or anything. It's just you have this, and you can't do anything with it. You can't do anything to customize it. And like, I think they also just came up with like a Crash Bandicoot bundle, which adds like Crash Bandicoot's camos for the guns. But, and that's like a $20 bundle. But the thing with that is you only get those camos with like 2 different guns. You can't equip those camos on any gun. It's just 2 guns. Now that's really just fucking stupid. When compared to back in the day, you could buy a camo and you could use it on any gun. So fucking stupid. Oh, you thought it would release in the fall? Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you don't even have to wait that long. This summer, that's quite close. Quite close. Not too far away. It is within reach. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's a bundles in Call of Duty, like $20. It's the price of a goddamn game. The price of like an indie game. Let's see how much damage we do now. Yeah. COD is a free-to-play game. Free-to-play game you unfortunately have to pay like $70 for first. Alright, let's see how much damage we do. Yeah, we do a little bit more now. Hopefully it's enough. Wait, why is he just... what is he doing? Why was he just walking like that? He couldn't handle my newfound power. What is he doing? He's doing that, oh god. I couldn't get out in time. Oh, what? Yeah, should have killed me. That was a good attempt, though. What is scamming then, Lushura? It is a giant scam. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's because DBD spoiled me, but man, it's just so fucked up. That you buy something in that game and that's just it. You can't like customize it in any way. Okay, so if it's chance, but if you catch and the monsters will take increase. Yeah, you catch receive. Yeah. I see. I mean, I don't know if they have it in this one, but in that closed beta, they already had a battle pass. That was a short one. There wasn't like 10 levels, I think. And I guess we'll have to see. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, it is a free-to-play game, so I guess we'll have to see how aggressive the microtransactions are going to be. Hopefully they won't be too aggressive. Hopefully Yubi won't be asking for too much money. That's, yeah, straight into it, I guess. Oh, I didn't think he was gonna do that still. I don't know why I just stood there. That was a horrible attempt. It takes 40 minutes to level up one level. Man, yeah. If they get the bundles right, not like the pricing right, and yeah, as long as it doesn't take 20 years to level up the battle pass, then they've got it. And as long as they fix the netcode too, then it's actually a pretty solid game. Man, they just need to make them like $5 or something. $10 at max, the bundles. Anything higher than that is just way too fucking stupid. Because, I mean, if it's cheaper, then more people are going to buy it. Compared to if it's more expensive, then only a few people are going to buy it. You know? Looking at you, Call of Duty. It's still charging my controller. They want you to spend your they want you to spend your entire saving account on the game just to get like 5 bundles. And then they want you to dedicate your entire it's fucking stupid. Like they expect you to have like a shit ton of money spending all the bundles, but then at the same time they also expect you to live in the game in order to, you know, play the game non-stop and level up the pass. Pretty stupid. This is a horrible stop. I don't think I got it anymore. My head's not in the game anymore. My head's not in the game anymore. We're talking about Call of Duty. Talking about things. Oh, it's not a game, it's a lifestyle. Man, yeah, at this point it pretty much is, because they expect you to live on the game. To, you know, be able to level up everything and grind the game. But then at the same time, they also expect you to have a job and a life, because otherwise how are you going to buy all the bundles? There's no way to earn them through game time. So it's like, man, what do you want from me? Huh? I can't balance it, man. I can't balance it out properly. And then also have free time at the same time. Pretty scummy, it sure is. It sure is pretty scummy. Cause I had that too auspicious. Welcome, welcome. I mean, that's also like the thing for most of those like live service games. It's not like too like you know, Rainbow Six Siege, Call of Duty, Dead by Daylight, Overwatch. All those games are like a battle pass and stuff, right? It's not like for most of them, you don't have to like dedicate your entire life to, but at most, you would have to only like play that game. You can't like play multiple types of those games and, you know, level up the battle pass to max in all of those games. Unless you just have like a shit ton of free time. Is that a grapple hook on his arm? It sure is. It looks cool. It's not very useful though. It pulls the enemies closer to you. And it does a little bit of damage. But it doesn't stagger the enemy. I can show you here, hold on. Let me just quickly go grab this thing over here. That's probably useful against certain enemies, but these enemies specifically right here, these enemies in particular, it's really not the best idea to use the grapple hook on them. Because they at least don't get staggered by the grapple hook. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Oh, but they do get staggered. What? You didn't get staggered earlier. You can only use it a certain amount of times, as you can see. It has like a gauge, a counter, a meter. I guess it is pretty useful then. It's just when I tried to use it earlier, it didn't get staggered. I guess you just have to use it at the right time. You, did we get this? Oh yeah, we got this at the hotel when you talked to that weapons lady. What the? Oh, I guess I'll run back and get a free heal. If I even can. That's fine still. I appreciate the follow. Too auspicious. Welcome, welcome. Oh man. I don't know if I can beat this boss. I can just feel it. My head's not in the game anymore. Not focused. Not as focused as I once were a couple of minutes ago. Like 40 minutes ago. Man, this is one hell of an endurance fight. He has so much health. This is a true boss right here. The two other ones before it, that was just warm up. It's the real deal right here. Either that, or I don't know. I'm just missing something. Oh, I'm just underleveled. Oh, I mean, it could be that I need to parry, but man, I can't parry to save my life. Oh, that still hit me. Oh, wait, is this... Wait, did that hit me? I don't know if that hit me enough. But the entrance is right there. Just run, just run, just run. Oh god. No, oh, please. I do one attack too many.
That means one of us has to die. We will leave it to fate. You were always a G.
How is that so perfect? Steven just killed me. Mr. Segal just fucking murdered me. Couldn't defeat the sensei. I'm once again the donkey. And I wish I had a map. Slightly heavy. Am I carrying 64 or is that my cap? I don't know. Rude. I know. Very rude of Mr. Segal. Slightly heavy. Yes, you know, that's the DVD. Oh, you're slightly heavy. Feels DVD, man. So... Wait, did that even lower it? 41. What was it at before? It's still at 41. Wait, what? How can we lose weight? None of this has any weight. I think the 41 is what I'm carrying, right? I don't know. I am very confused. I'm sure turning off the blood will help me. I'm sure turning off the blood will come in handy. Let's see. Dang, I got like, I don't know, 1 or 2 more in me. Then we might switch. Actually, wait, before we do that, I never actually... wait, I should... Hold up. Oh god, this is horrible. This is I shouldn't have changed my mind. Hold on. Let me just go grab this over here first. Right, okay. Sweet. I never checked what was on the left, so I want to see what's over there. There's like another mini boss, but something else too.
Survivors here.
Wait, hold up a second. That's the baby.
Give her that baby puppet?
Wait, that... Okay, hold on. That's the baby I needed for the side quest. We can complete the side quest now. Go do that before we do anything else. Hey, man. Don't do it.
You found her, kind one. I could sense her from miles away. Oh, my sweet Elena. Please let me hold her. There, my baby. I missed you so much. What do you think? Is my baby adorable?
She's a cute baby. That's a puppet. Do we lie, Monka Shake? She's a cute baby, sure.
That's right, kind one. You granted me my only wish. My sweet Elena.
Yes.
We're going to be happy
That's
now.
me. I'm an awesome.
Thank you so much, kind one. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude.
My heart. Wait, is that what happens when you lie? You lose health? I still don't know the downside to lying. What is the downside to lying? Is my nose getting bigger? You can't tell because I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Didn't she give me a ring too? Why don't she give me this? I'm sorry, man, but you've lied too much throughout the game. Your nose is too long now. You can't climb the ladder. I'm afraid you've soft locked yourself. Let this be a lesson. Don't ever lie again, or you'll find yourself soft locked again. Imagine. That'd be hilarious. What the hell is that guy doing? Can't climb the ladder because the nose has gotten too long. Lied so much my nose became too long. And I can't climb ladders anymore. Maybe that's the downside. Holy sandwich. Oh fuck, it's not here. Hold on, isn't that like a... There's an item that I can use. Now, I don't think that item was one time. I don't think that's a one-time use item. Yeah, no, it's not. She gave us this vinyl. Close your eyes and the night away with me, everything will feel better. A song that quietly comforts the dark. Heal a voice to accompany you in sadness and night.
Just no feeling of you. Give it to me, baby. Feel alright. I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me, here with me, feel alright. I feel good on you. Alright.
What the hell, man? It feels like I've been a noir detective movie from the 50s with this music. I feel like Black Sad is gonna appear soon. The donkey. The greatest detective there ever was. There was no crime he couldn't solve. He was the best at it. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I can just do it like this, I think. There we go. Extra immersion. The donkey. He was the greatest detective there ever was. There was no case he couldn't solve. Until this one case appeared on his desk one day. Make it even more immersive. Oh shit. Close your eyes, come to me. There we go. It's the end of the song. That was our trip back to the 50s. All of a sudden it turned into a 50s noir detective movie. I almost travel back to present time. Turn back on the college. There we go. Hey. Too auspicious with the Prime. With the Prime gaming sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, my good sir. Now you are a fellow Danish citizen. Use all the Scoopy emotes all across Twitch. Yeah. Appreciate it. They're kind to you. I'm guessing you really like the the noir detective donkey. Yo man, that's we gotta copyright that. Detective donkey? That's just something waiting to happen right there. Turn that into a Saturday morning cartoon show. Detective Donkey. Now on Cartoon Network. Someone get on that. Someone copyright that. Get on it. $1 million franchise waiting to happen right there. Detective Donkey. You're a big fan, I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. Big fan of Detective Donkey. That was a good song though. I'm glad we returned to a baby. we got a beautiful song out of it. Any other silly masks? Not that I have, no. We only have the donkey so far. There's probably other ones in the full game. When the full game comes out, you're probably going to be able to find other silly, goofy masks. You're probably going to be able to find like a top hat and a monocle even. Because when you go to the menu, like you see the icon for it, it's like a top hat, glasses, and then like a mustache. Like in the full game, you're probably able to find like top hats and stuff like that. Other goofy hats, helmets. But yeah, so right now all we have is the donkey here. In the demo. There'll probably be loads more in the full game. Which I think comes out in September. And I wish I could listen to the okay, that probably wouldn't really work. I probably wouldn't be able to focus if we could listen to that music during combat. Yeah, I don't know, that'll probably be quite off-putting. Did I ever? No, I don't think I checked what was on the left either. But hey, at least we got the baby. We completed that side quest. That's what matters. Wait, no, I don't think there's any way to do that either. Yeah, no, there's no like quest log or anything. Pretty sure that's normal. I don't think there's any type of quest log or anything in the Dark Souls games. Gotta say a prayer before we go in. Oh, that was a quick prayer. What the fuck? Okay. Jesus, aggressive right off the bat, eh? That was a horrible time to heal. Wait, actually, there's something I want to try here really quick. You can like perfectly parry. Let me try. Man, that... Oh, wait, hold on. God, I wish I could pause right now. Wait, when you parry and then do damage, that heals you a bit? Why are you walking away from me? Oh my god. You just gotta get the timing right, of course. When they go red like that, they stated specifically you can't parry them, you have to run. Well, actually, you can parry them when they're red, but it has to be a perfect parry. Like that. That was far from being perfect. That was a perfect parry. Okay. I guess they're not too hard after all to get on them. No, if I want any hope of getting further in this game when it actually comes out, I have to learn how to parry. Figure out how that works properly on the bosses and stuff. But yeah, when I parried him, when I didn't do a perfect parry and just did a normal parry, and then I was damaging him right after, it looked like it was healing. Like the damage I lost from parrying him, it like regenerated while I was doing damage. Hold on, I want to see that again. I guess I don't have to try it on the boss. I could just try it on these enemies. Let me get this here. What if I just parry here? Apparently they don't know I'm here. Yeah, you do heal. You do get health back. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to test here because there's 3 people trying to hit me at once, but if you don't do a perfect parry and just do a normal parry, you lose a bit of health. You lose a little bit of health. But then if you do damage right after that, then you can regenerate that health. I wonder if that would be useful in the boss. I don't really know, because, I mean... Man, it's gonna get fucking chaotic if I try to block him, but that might be the way. And if I can get perfect parries down too, then that probably would be the way to do it. I'll be taking that. Oh, are we doing that? Yeah, I don't know. If I like try to do that while parrying, and not really dodging and stuff, I don't think I can get it. Or like I'd have to completely relearn it on how to do it. Because I've gotten so used to doing it now by just dodging and running away from him. I'm not using parry at all. I mean, it's not a lot, but you do get it back. It's not a lot that you get back. You get like half of it back. If you can do damage in time. Actually, I don't know if it's worth it now. I don't know if it's worth it now to block. I don't think so. I feel like I should stick to what I was doing. But then at the same time, just maybe try and go for perfect parries. Some more water before we go in. Hold on. I'll let you stare at the donkey while I drink some water. Okay. Oh, actually, I don't think it's gonna do it there. Wait, he's glitching out again. He's just walking now. Why was his health bar white for a second there? That was weird. I haven't seen that yet. So if I block now, am I gonna get hit with the thing? Electro. Oh wait, what? Why the hell did I hit me there? I don't know this phase that well. Yeah. Okay, so here you don't want to be parrying. Otherwise you're gonna get affected by the electrical shock. Okay, so okay. So I guess I should be doing it the other way around. Like try the parry thing on his first phase, but then when he goes into the electrical phase, I should do what I was doing the first time around. Be patient, keep my distance and all that. Okay. Here we go. Yo, body relax, man. That's a lot of hits. I'm out of stamina. That was so risky. I tried to go for a perfect block on that. 'Cause that's the only way to avoid taking damage when they get red like that. Jesus Christ. How are you already in this phase? Oh my god, wait, what? This is insane. Man, that electrical phase is fucking insane. But see, from the bright side, I think we found a way to speed up the process a little bit. Speed up the first phase. Try to mix some parries in there too. Are you serious? Why'd you hit the donkey? Oh, was that a perfect parry? I don't know, I didn't take like insane damage. I think it was, because his health bar is white now. I forget what that means. I need to just run there. When he goes in the air, I just gotta run. That just insta-killed me.
I'm leaving you. You know, and if you got something to say, talk to my ass, because I won't even give you the dignity to look at my face.
Let's meet with this guy. After dying to him for the 100th time. Like, nope, you didn't win. I'm leaving you. I'm leaving you. You didn't win. I'll just come back later. When the full game is out. Which, yeah, when is it? When does this come out? Oh, I'm out of stamina. We need to get away from this wall. Oh no, he got the no! I forgot about this. Jesus! I'm fucking dead. Oh, come on, man. I couldn't get away in time to use my heal. Oh, but it's September 19th, you think? Oh. Damn it. Of course it comes out in September. Ah, of course. Everything comes out there. Man, I would love to play this when it comes out. I think we might have to wait a little bit. So like November or something, maybe. Of course, we got the yearly neck marathon in November as always, and it's gonna be the 10th anniversary. Yep, gonna be 10 AK this year. God, time flies. And well, I do have something special planned for it. I just hope it works out. I just hope I can get it planned, can get it done. This special thing that I have planned for the 10th anniversary of NAC. I hope I can make it happen. It would just be so perfect. Why are you walking away from me, huh? Who's scared now? Who's the pause it now? I tried the perfect parry, but no. The secret night free release. Shh. Yes. Secret NAC free release. We're gonna be the first in the world to play NAC free. I'm gonna shadow release it. Equally working together with PlayStation. Secret NAC free release. They have to do it. They have to finish the trilogy. What the fuck? Release is NAC for it, excuse me. Fuck, we forgot one. Yeah, whatever. Just shave it, do it on purpose. Yeah, it was totally tempted. That it'll make total sense with the game. Why we went straight to the 4. You'll see it in the story. It makes sense. Nag 3 comes out after Nag 4. Yeah, and well, yeah, and then they're just gonna call it a prequel to the 4th game. Easy. Fucking 5 hits. Followed by Nag 1.5. Oh my god. Where you get to see what happened in between Nag 1 and 2. I mean, that is what would make the most logical sense. Then next 0. Oof. Next 0, you know, that could actually make for a pretty fun game. If anything, I could see next 0 actually be a thing. But yeah, you play as the doctor. You play as the doctor and you get to explore the ruins. The ruins where he found Knack, the Knack relic. That could actually make a pretty fun game. I could see that. Make it like, I don't know, an Indiana Jones type game style. Not type game, but you know. Make it like an Indiana Jones movie, but with, yeah, the doctor. And he's going to hunt down the Knack relic. That could be pretty fun. PlayStation, if you're listening, you know what to do. So how's the Lying Souls? It's really fun and addicting. I'm liking it a lot. Wait, how long is the Final Fantasy 16 demo? But yeah, this one is really long. This is our third boss in the game. There's 3 bosses. Once you defeat the first boss, it pops up with like a title drop and everything, which really seemed like that was it. But no, that was more after. Which is just insane to me. Oh, you see, he spent a whole stream on the 16 demo. Long demos these days. I'm gonna... Yep. Yep, that was horrible because we were in the corner, you know. Yeah, this electrical phase, it's rough. But yeah, take notes, PlayStation. Know what to do with next 0. But it's great. It's even more fun now. Now that I'm finally trying to use the parry mechanic. Now that I'm finally trying to use the parry mechanic, the game's getting even more fun. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I just wish I knew... I wish I knew what happened when I lied. I don't know the consequences of lying. Because it does give you options every now and then to like tell the truth or lie about something. Your nose gets longer, head's bigger, hitbox. That'd be funny. The more you lie, the easier you auto hit. But I'm really liking it. I mean, just look at me. This is a 10 out of 10 game right here. I can be a donkey. I can put a donkey mask. Break your nose when you roll. Ow. I think he loses a bit of health or something every time you lie. I'm not sure. Because he touches his chest as if he takes damage. Oh, yeah, don't worry. I know. I had a feeling that was all made up. I'd be really surprised if all of that was a thing in the game. Be quite surprised. Yeah, because they see your nose sticking out. Hydrate up. Man, but I'm really liking it. I'm really liking it. I just kind of wish we would have more time to play it when the game comes out, but yeah. Comes out at like an awkward time. Comes out on the 19th of September. Alright, let's give this like one more solid attempt. One more solid attempt. So that's all I got in me, I think. That wasn't a very solid attempt. We were off to a great start until he slam dunked me. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go. What? How did I not dodge that? Ow. Oh god, what am I stuck on? Oh, are you serious? Of course you do that move. Oh my god, no, not again. Oh yeah, man, I don't know. It's so hard to get a hit in on him. When he's in that electrical face. Anyways, that was a pretty solid attempt. We got him to the electrical face. We'll save it for when the whole game is out. Man, but that's so much fun. I'm really enjoying it. And well, yeah, I can't believe how long this demo is. For now, though, that does it for this Lies of P demo. Now I think we will try out that X-Defiant open beta for like an hour or two. Man, what a solid demo, solid game. Now let's go out with a little piano solo from the donkey. Thank you.